Check, 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 check. Check, check. Check. Check.
I want to make the numbering now. Actually, it's ready. Want to know where's the number one?
Check, check.
It's number one.
Check, check, check. Check, check.
Number two.
Keep them mute. Mute them now.
Okay. It's muted.
Check, check.
It's open, right? already مفتوح. خلاص نبدأ 9:04.
Ready?
Yes, ready.
Okay, good morning. This sounds good, not good? Yeah? Good morning, everybody. I think this mic is partly working, right? All good? Yeah? Can you hear me? Okay, now I think we have a little bit more sound. Camera is good. Good. Good morning, everybody. Second or almost third day of Web Summit. We again start the Web Summit at 9:15. It's a great pleasure to be with you. I think part of you have seen me, Lars German, QRC group, and together with lovely Aisha, working on the Intertech program together. So it's a great pleasure with you to be here. We have 45 minutes hard stops for everybody. So I will put my German rudeness out and stop you after 3 minutes, but don't worry, you will make it well. Having said that, Aisha?
Hi, good morning, everyone. This is Aisha Gaffari. I'm a programs manager at Qatar Insurance Group. So today I'll kick off the session with presentation for our programs. We received so many questions. What will I get if I pitch with you guys? So I'll try to explain the program, the milestones, the different milestones, and the different phases of the program. We started it not in 23, in 22. Different format. It was a hackathon at that time. And when I joined QIC a year and a half ago, we decided to change the format to an ongoing pitching competition. So the idea was to source and keep sourcing startups as we go, and we meet them. We are visiting the most prominent markets in the MENA region. We visited already Egypt, UAE. We are in Qatar, Saudi. Recently, we were in Oman, And we look for the best startups that we think they are investable, scalable, and they have an innovative solution that can benefit the insurance industry. So last year we used the crowdsourcing platform Agorize, and we launched 2 tracks. The MENA InsurTech competition, it's more for early to growth stage startups, and the Launchpad 1, the InsurTech Launchpad for idea stage and solopreneurs. Anyone who has an idea that he needs support financially or expertise-wise, he should contact us for help. And we run regional startup competitions, as I said, in the most prominent ecosystems in the MENA region, physical startup competitions where we selected the best 32 startups and we invited them to Doha for our MENA InsurTech Summit. And from the 32, we selected 5, 2 early stage, 1 growth stage, and 1 idea stage. And of course, we worked with them on acceleration, incubation, funding, and support. So this is what we did last year. And this year, we decided to go bigger and wider. The same concept of the competition, pitching an ongoing process and visiting different tech conferences and insurance conferences. And we do what we call it the InsurTech Embedded Program. So the idea of the embedded program is we take a slot within a big conference and we run the InsurTech program. We start with content explaining what is InsurTech in case that the audience are not from the insurance industry, and then we share our story, and then we give the stage to the InsurTechs to showcase what innovation they have. So we are planning this year for 7 countries to be physically there. So far we did UAE, we did Oman, we did the InsurTech Fusion in partnership with India InsurTech Association. Last week we were in Oman as part of GAIF, which is the largest, I believe, insurance conference in the Middle East. Also, we ran the embedded program, and we invited 10 Omani InsurTechs on the stage. And today, as part of Web Summit and under the partnership with QRDI, we are doing the same, but inviting startups from more than 11 countries to pitch today. The format of the pitching, 2 to 3 minutes pitching, Shark Tank style, if I can call it, and it's more about the founder personality, who you are, what you do, how you do it, and what are you looking for. It's more about you than the PPT. So tomorrow we will have the pitch decks to be shared with the selection committee, and they will judge based on your performance of today as well as your pitch deck. So yeah, this is what we do. I'll give the word to Lars to explain why we do all this and what is the next or the final destination for our programs.
Okay. Thank you, Aisha. And maybe I think you opened up the question, what do you get from us? Yeah, we not necessarily invest in you. We did last year, we did the year before, but investment is investment, right? So we have to look into the startups and see what is done. What we can say is that, and I mentioned it yesterday in our talk, one of the winners from 22, Velix, got 2 million financing. One of the participants of the competition last year got 1 million. Yeah, we invested in the winner last year, Cypher League. So what we do is helping you to connect to the wider ecosystem. That's why we're good in. Yeah, we have all the leading insurance companies. We have all the leading InsurTech investors globally with us, and they look us for deal flow. So and we put money into it if it fits into a QSC. So this is what we do, and it all comes together there. It's the event. If you're thinking InsurTech in our region, that's the event. I think there are a couple of other events that call themselves InsurTech, but they don't. Yeah, they're just having IT and software and selling you this. This is something else. It's about networking. And you can talk to the people that have been with us last year. It's everything about networking. So we have a 3-day event. The first day, we take hand-selected startup founders. We put 2 startup founders, 1 VC, 1 incumbent into 1 Jeep. And for people having seen Qatar, we go to the desert over there, yeah, on the other side, in a 4-hour trip, having fun together, talking, networking. So this is the same thing that you're doing right now here. It's a 3-minute elevator pitch, but you have 4 hours to recorrect the things that you're saying. So that's the first day. Second day is we have the InsurTech finals. So we have 15 early stage companies that will pitch, and we will select 3 winners out of it, and you will be all there presenting. And in the afternoon, we have deep dive programs on AI and insurance, and we have a show and tell section where InsurTechs together with an insurance client can pitch. And then I think a really nice evening program, a party. And then on the third day is an Intertech Thought Leader area where we talk about having people from all over the world coming in and talking with us about what is happening in Intertech, in AI and insurance value chain. So that's the event. If you make it today because you got selected, you're a lucky one, otherwise you're invited. We want all the Intertechs with us. This is the right place to be. Having said that, back to you, and let's get started.
To start the pitching. So again, it's 2 minutes, right? 3 minutes, and Lars will take care of the time.
Push you off the stage.
And we'll kick off with MindBridge, Akram Hadiri. Akram, you have 3 minutes, and you will be stopped after that.
Thank you, Aisha. Thank you, Lars. Good morning, everyone. So I am Akram. I am the founder of MindBridge XR. So MindBridge, it's an extended reality platform. Who are not familiar with the extended reality, it's the umbrella of virtual reality, augmented reality, and mixed reality. So our solution is designed for healthcare professionals, educators, and family who have people who have special needs and disability, like autistic individuals or elderly or anyone in between. So the idea is very simple. So we build virtual environment and we put those people in this environment. It's like a challenge in a safe environment and it's in a controlled environment. So we customize all the session for them and we give them the freedom to interact, and then we record all the data from the virtual reality and we see their improvement, and it will be very powerful tools for the healthcare and educators and their family to see their improvement and everything. Also, it will be very strong tools for elderly, for example, are sitting at home alone, to connect them with their family and everyone. So we started with collaboration with Qatar Airways and Mada Center here in Qatar. We built an in-flight simulator for autistic individuals. We published our first research. It was amazing. Like we worked with around 35 autistic individuals, and now we will start by June with 500 autistic. Also at the same time, like now we are targeting other centers here in Qatar, in Saudi Arabia, and Emirates. So our solution, it can be accessible for our client through a freemium model plus add-on. Also we have other option like customizable option for researcher, because this is very good target, and especially now in some area, like there is a lot of investment and a lot of funds for this category of people in terms of research and development. We are a team of over 60 years of experience. We have a mother of 2 autistic kids, and she has 20 years experience in occupational therapy and like training for elderly individuals. She's based in Canada. We have VR specialist and we have technology specialist. So we are raising $1 million to improve our solution and add more content and training, and also to expand the new market. And we are targeting smart money and angel investor to support our journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Akram. Next startup is CarFlow Zishan.
Hi. Good morning, everyone. My name is Zishan Ahmed. I'm one of the co-founders at CarFlow. Did you know that according to a research with Ken Research, in Doha, $6.4 billion are owed to the banks in car auto loans, out of which only $2.5 billion have been paid for so far. At CarFlow, we are trying to change the way people have car ownership. Instead of committing to a car long term, our solution is to offer an all-inclusive car subscription package that includes maintenance, insurance, roadside assistance, servicing, and a replacement car all in one flat fee. So how does it all work? Simply pick your dream car, select your subscription term from 1 month or more, upload your driver's license and QID, and when your subscription is coming towards the end, simply swap, upgrade or downgrade your car, or return your car as well with no questions asked. We are a light asset solution, meaning we work with dealer partners to supply our inventory, and dealers pay a licensing fee to access our platform and a transaction fee for every car supplied. as well as uh, through our pilot program, we have successfully made 34 subscriptions done and are currently working on 103 cars with one of our corporate clients. We are a team with a combined experience of 14 years in product and software development, marketing, and data analytics. We are seeking 155,000 USD in smart investment on a safe note to further enhance our technology, commence broader marketing, and introduce our auto inspection reports. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, Zishan. Next startup is Dr. Connect, Joseph.
Good morning. My name is Joseph Olowe, CEO and co-founder of Dr. Connect. We are driving preventive healthcare all over the world. The problem, the healthcare system is broken. It's all sick care system. People get sick, they go to see a doctor, and by that time it's too late. So the privilege, because of that, we have 1.28 billion people with high blood pressure in the world, 500 million with diabetes, 300 million with pre-diabetes. Cardiovascular is not lacking behind. I know we know that. And that's a big problem. Whenever any that happens, somebody die or somebody sick, it's an ouchman for the insurance company. Insurance company has to pay simple sometimes or pay heavy sometimes for amputation or chemotherapy. When they die, you don't collect premium anymore, or you have to pay life insurance. And insurance company has to find a way to keep the enrollee healthy, happy, and engaged. But there's no magic pill for that. There's Dr. Connect. Dr. Connect, we invented a software that's able to predict, prevent, and treat medical problems before it starts. But the problem we realized that with the data we're feeding into the software is from the healthcare system, sick care system, insurance note, which is a sick care problem. We are not able to help anybody. So we changed that. We invented 80 tests, a battery of 80 tests that tracks over 250 biomarkers. And we layer on top of that mental health assessments to know what is going on in your body at the moment. On top of that, we're able to take a binocular and look at the future by doing a DNA analysis that gives us an opportunity to know what might happen in your body in the future. We package that together and put that into software, and we're able now to treat, to prevent, and to predict what's going on in your body. And we're able to track feedback with wearable and shareable devices all on one platform. Our market is huge, it's the world. But right now we're focusing on US, Nigeria, and Qatar. Our business model is very simple. It's B2B. We'll sell to insurance company like yourself, corporate organization, and even medical practice are now seeing that the way they are practicing medicine is wrong. So our team is robust. We have 61,000 lives on our platform right now. We have 60 years of experience, me 30 years, 20 years in my CTO. We're asking 2 million, 40% of that for sales and marketing, 30% for operation, 20% pro development, and 10% to hire talent. With Dr. Connect, you can keep debt in your pouch and keep it at bay for good. Thank you.
Our next startup is Kuluak from from France, actually. Will be presented by Mohammed Sheikh Rouhou.
Thank you. So, good morning, everyone. Before I start, I have 2 questions for you. So, whom of you have experienced living abroad before? You can raise your hands. Okay, so many. And whom of you, during his experience abroad, have missed homemade food? Okay. So this actually summarizes very well my experience. I lived most of my life away from home, and I always missed homemade food. So in France, like in many countries around the world, people often find it challenging to access good quality homemade food. From the other side, vendors and food passionates always find it difficult to enter the catering market. This is due to lack of training, lack of experience in sales and management, and regulatory obligations. So at Kuluak, we are offering an all-in-one platform with a marketplace that basically connects the homemade food vendors with the clients, but we are also offering a range of services to help these vendors structure and grow their business. So the services include training, include insurance products, and include also expertise services, so really to help them improve and grow their activity. So we are talking about a huge market. In France alone, we have a total addressable market of 7 billion euros with an annual growth of 8%. Yeah, exactly. Our MVP is already launched. It was launched 1 month ago, and in a 1 month time, we have already 10 vendors registered, and 5 of them are already active on the platform. Our mobile application is under development. It would be launched in France and in Tunisia, and we also looking to expand in the MENA region, starting from Qatar. So we have our technical team based in Tunisia to lower our costs, and I am actually based between the 3 countries, so Qatar, Tunisia, and France. Our business model is actually a marketplace model, so we have commission fees on every transaction, and we have a la carte services that are sold separately. I think this is it. Thank you so much, and go for the homemade food.
Next startup is Cognimate, will be presented by Dimitri, founder and CEO, from Cyprus, by the way.
Do you remember when you last held a coffee cup? What if I say 25% of you won't be able to do it sometime soon? According to World Health Organization, every 4th person suffers a stroke in a lifetime, a brain injury, and most of these people do not recover and stay disabled. This is because rehabilitation system is broken everywhere, not only for stroke. On average, people get only 10 sessions out of 200 required, and then they've been sent home where they do nothing because of lack of self-discipline and depression. Insurance companies, just in US, spend $30 billion yearly for physio and occupational therapy services, and yet 60% of people do not recover. But this can be solved. Moreover, we solved it for stroke. We focused on patient motivation, and we managed to transform boring months of hand exercises into fun games. And we designed this piece of hardware which helps patients use their hand as a game controller and actually exercise during gaming. And also it helps them to do everything on their own without the need of expensive clinician supervision nearby. So they can be treated at home without need to travel to hospital daily for half a year or even years. And it worked well. We have a world's largest random control trial in the area, which shows extremely high efficiency compared to occupational therapists alone. We are twice more effective in restoring cognitive function, brains. So we already commercially used in over 120 clinics, and they liked it so much, so they started using it not only for stroke, but for Alzheimer patient, Parkinson, cerebral palsy children, just physical traumas, and many others. So we scale into a much wider general rehab market. And the market is huge. It's being disrupted right now. Many companies are rushing here. But most of them are focused on gross motor skills, like I can restore my arms, I can move, but I still cannot hold this cup. That's fine motor skills, and that's what we do. So with a team of 18 professionals, we design a great product, and now we fundraise to go to expand our markets. Join us at Cognimate. Let's disrupt rehabilitation together and make these wonderful coffee moments available to everyone. Thank you.
The next startup is DropMe, will be presented by Hadi Bsat from Lebanon.
Thank you. Hi. When we think of telehealth, we think of complexity, scheduled booking and appointments, processes, interoperability. However, we ignore the fact that telehealth for a mother is as simple as picking up the phone and calling her pediatrician or texting her dermatologist or gynecologist. With that in mind, we created Drop, a telehealth marketplace that is as simple as WhatsApp, as convenient as Talabat, as diversified as Uber. And accordingly, we were able, with asynchronous communication that does not require dedicated time slots from doctors, to acquire more than 2,500 doctors in Lebanon and Egypt and in the GCC. Accordingly, we were able to acquire top-notch university doctors in multiple specialties that cover mental health, specialized urgent care, as well as diet, in order for that mother not to download one app for every specialty. We were able to find an interesting niche in travelers and expats. Those travelers and expats, they would like to connect with their home country doctors that understand their language and culture. Accordingly, 60% of our patients are coming from 100 countries around the world. We have started with our MVP, yet we learned a lot. Accordingly, we launched our scalable product 6 months ago. And that product ensured 15% month-over-month growth, revenue growth for the past 6 months. And with that, we will be able to reach an ARR of $1 million by year end. Accordingly, we are raising $2 million to be able to add assistive intelligence to the doctors, expand in the region, and increase our reach to the expat communities. Together with my co-founders, Shireen and Faiza, we are building the most convenient telehealth platform because we believe that convenience leads to adoption, and adoption enhances clinical outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll skip Munak because still trying to find his way to the stage. And we'll go to Health and Life, will be presented by Hussam Jamal.
Hey everyone, I am Hussam Al Jamal from Health and Life. Health and Life is a booking platform for aesthetic and healthcare services with guarantee the best price. We start our solution from several years. I have to thank, so I don't know where I have to go. We have more than 600 medical centers in Riyadh, by the way. So it's very difficult for everyone to choose who is the best. So we start our solution in 2022. We start to build a solution that will enable you to choose the doctor. You will have a high variety of doctors, so you choose the best one for you. You can get a confirmed appointment. You can get the best price. Okay, so our business model based on we contract with the business provider. We have a high discount, so we can give you the best price. We charge 10% in revenue. So we work for 1 year now with very limited marketing budget. We make attraction with, we have now more than 15,000 users. We have $200,000 in revenue. Our ask is $1 million for 10% of equity, and our milestone we want to go to $8 million in revenue and more than half 1,000 users to the app. Thank you. That's all about us.
Thank you. And now it's Finmal turn. Will be presented by Mohammed Ishfaq.
Imagine a world where your financial needs are met at every stage of your life, and where you have access to all your financial information in a single place, and where learning about financial concept and literacy is fun and engaging, and when you have an assistant to guide you through your financial planning in a personalized financial services way. That is the world that Finmal is building, and we are on a mission to simplify financial services. Hi, my name is Mohammed Ishfaq Rahman, founder and CEO of Finmal. We are building innovative and ethical solutions to serve generations by fulfilling their lifestyle financial needs at every stage of their life, from lifestyle planning to retirement to death and post-death. We have created a marketplace where people can come and compare and buy financial products. And at the same time, they can access all their financial information, multiple bank accounts, credit card, insurance policies in a single place. Then we have a platform called a gamification that helps in financial literacy, financial inclusion, to, in fact, teach people how to budget, how to spend, how to protect, how to save, and how to invest. Beside that, we are a company actually that is established. Now we are a 5-year-old company, completely bootstrapped, no external funding at all, and we're proud to be actually in that space. Now we are looking at expanding ourselves into the MENAP region, which covers Pakistan as well as North Africa, the entire GCC countries. We are looking for the right kind of strategic partner with a smart money to help us grow and scale the business together. Please join us on our mission to make financial services simple, accessible, and affordable for everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next startup is MediQs, will be presented by Nadine Nami.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nadine. I'm the co-founder and the chief science officer of Medicus AI. Today, I'm very happy to tell you that after a lot of years, I was able to bridge my passion in life with the mission of our company. How many of you have done a blood test recently? How many of you have received a PDF with cryptic numbers and letters in it that you had to either Google or ask a friend? Not the best patient experience these years. We agree that we need more as patients. We need to be empowered, and we need to understand what's going on with our health. Especially that 70% of any medical decision that your doctor will be taking is based on these numbers. So at Medicus, we have decided to change this experience for you. We have worked very hard with our amazing team over the last 6 years to be able to provide a platform for our healthcare providers that empowers their patients as well, where we have developed a medical reasoning engine that empowers them by taking all the blood test results of their patients, all the profile information of the patient, all your health risks, all your family history, and actually just provide you the needed information for you as a patient through your doctor, through someone that you trust, in order for you to be able to better understand what your health and to go on the preventive side of any medical issue that you will have. You will have insights, you will have recommendations, you will have health risk calculators running in the background in order for you to be able to action your health under the supervision of your doctor. This product is called Smart Report. It has been on the market right now for a few years. We have more than 40 clients. We are active in 16 different countries. We have translated our products to more than 10 languages. And once fully deployed, this will be covering more than 25 million patients. The company has been profitable since 2021, and yet we are still working on enhancing your experience as a patient. We were very happy to launch at the Web Summit the first diagnostics large language model that will allow you as a patient to actually just have a conversation with your data. You will be having a conversation with your blood test result. You will be asking it any question that will go through your head because you have the right to have all of this information. Your healthcare provider usually have a few minutes for you. Let's say a maximum of 10, 15 minutes. This will not answer all your questions. This is a controlled platform. We have curated it using more than 5 years of data, content, and medical and scientific curated sources by our amazing team. I am very happy to tell you that I work with amazing people every day. We have a team of more than 70 people. Half of them are in the medical and scientific research, and the other half are our technical and AI engineers. And thank you very much for your attention. What we are looking for today is strategic partnerships to be able to provide these solutions to more and more people. Thank you very much.
I want to check if Leo from Medical is here. No, right? No. Okay, we'll skip. So the tech told me that Akram was facing an issue with the mic. So we want to give him another chance because we still have 10 minutes. So another Akram, another 3 minutes. Yeah. We couldn't hear him.
Okay, thank you again for the opportunity. Hi again. I'm Akram from MindBridge XR. So we are an extended reality platform. Who don't know extended reality? It's the umbrella of virtual reality, augmented reality, and mixed reality. So we are a platform designed for healthcare professionals, educators, and family who have like people with different ability, like autism or elderly or in between. Our solution is a hybrid platform where we provide for them customizable virtual content. Like, for example, we put them in virtual environment, we put them in virtual challenge, and like we see their improvement, and we can we can customize a lot of features. We started with a small in-flight simulator. It was a partnership with Qatar Airways and Mada Center here in Qatar. So we have great record. We published our first small research. It was with 35 autistic individuals, and we learned a lot from this. And now, next June, we will conduct bigger research with 500 autistic kids. Also, we build other scenario for elderly individuals, like who have problem of sitting at home without doing anything. So it's like wellness and edutainment, and at the same time, you can see everything and you control it from anywhere at any time. We are targeting the Qatari market, Saudi Arabia, and healthcare. We have already some partners, and now we are signing some contract with them. So we are raising $1 million for adding more content to our platform, and also to make a strong go-to-market like here in the MENA region, and especially the GCC market. We are a team of around 65 years of expertise. We have a researcher, we have mother of two autistic individuals. Also we have tech developers in VR and XR. That's it. Thank you so much.
Hi. Robo Labs, right, just arrived, so let's give him 3 minutes.
Hello everyone, this is Yusuf Arslan from Robo Labs, Turkey. We're based in Turkey and we're building robots for humanity. We started by launching CPOT disinfection robot. In the COVID period, a lot of hospitals and healthcare facilities are suffering from infection, and infection is spread everywhere. So we built a robot that rely on UVC technology and the autonomous platform that we built in Robo Labs that can reach all the corners and surfaces inside surgical room or MRI room or any kind of room in hospitals or healthcare facilities, and to get rid of any kind of infection in just 5 minutes. So we now based in Turkey, being the best-selling robot in just 2 years in terms of disinfection robots, exporting to 5 countries, and now we building other surface robotics based on the self-driving platform that we integrated in the CPOT. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would like to thank you all. Today we had startups from Cyprus, Turkey, Qatar, UAE, Saudi, Lebanon, Nigeria, US. Thank you so much. Yeah, so thank you, and the session will introduce tomorrow's session.
Okay, so next step is we will go into discussion internally. We will have your pitch packs. Based on the pitch decks, we will have a look into who we can nominate to be part of our MENA Intratech competition at the finals over there. I think we have seen a couple of really interesting startups, so we will reach out. Tomorrow we will end our session as Intratech, MENA Intratech here in QRDI, with an afternoon discussion, I think at 2:10 or 2:10, with a couple of VC friends talking about the investment criteria. How do you mingle between passion and facts, and how to do all this. And we also will talk a little bit about our own selection criteria, how we select the best Intratechs to come to our summit. Thank you so much for being with us. It was a nice morning. Have fun.
On time. Thank you.
One.
Just follow me.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everybody. Sorry for the slight delay in the kicking off the session. So welcome to our panel discussing workforce in the era of AI. It's a timely exploration into how artificial intelligence is reshaping the landscape of work, learning, and innovation. Today, we stand at the crossroads of a technological revolution that promises to redefine not just how we work, but how we learn, adapt, and thrive in an increasingly digital world. We are joined by a remarkable lineup of visionaries. Dr. Frederick, partner at Ronald Berger, who's advising decision makers in the public sector when it comes to economy. Frederick has a deep experience in workforce transformation, and I always consider his voice when it comes to ICT, skills, and economy. Munira, Project Management Director at the Ministry of Labor, mainly focusing on driving innovation and AI applications within the ministry. Munira had a major role in establishing Qatar Manpower Solution, JSUR, a company under the Ministry of Labor focusing on attracting, retaining talent through different programs. Last but not least, my dear friend Thierry from Belgium. Thierry is a visionary entrepreneur and a co-founder of 3 different companies, UQ, Zaya, and iVisual. Thierry is on a mission to innovate and make a difference in people's life through creativity and technology. Together, we would like to dive deep into the challenges and opportunities presented by AI, explore collaborative strategies between public and private sectors. Our goal is to uncover insights that will not only help us navigate the changes brought by AI, but also harness its potential to create a more resilient, skilled, and adaptable workforce. Starting with Dr. Frederick, given the rapid evolving landscape of AI, how do you see the interplay between the demand and supply side when it comes to the government? And what do you see the challenges for the government to manage that transformation?
It's working? Okay, good. Thanks a lot for the introduction, Nayef, and thanks a lot for inviting me here. Yeah, it's an interesting question that you ask. So the impact on the supply, demand dynamics. If I look to a sector that I know well, to the public environment, the public sector, I basically see on the need side a lot of things happening. We are now in a poly-crisis environment. There's many refer to that as chronic crisis management. We had the health crisis, we have the climate crisis, we have geopolitical tensions, we have migration crisis. So there's a lot of things going on, and in fact, all of these have in common that people look for solutions to the government. They expect solutions from the government, and for the government to come with a solution, they basically need expertise and experience, and they need speed and agility. And that's a lot to ask from the government, and that's a lot that needs to be delivered by them. Secondly, also still in the public environment, there's the need for digital transformation. That started way before, of course, the launch of ChatGPT in 2022, but it's still very much there. It still comes with important need for change within the public environment. So if you see all of this, it means that, I mean, there's a big need for intelligence. There's a lot of needs for intelligence. At the same time, you said dynamics between demand and supply. If we look to the status quo on the supply side, what do we see in the public environment? We see a lot of silos. That's a legacy challenge in a public environment. It's big organizations with important mandates that evolved a lot in silos, which is not always easy to manage this crisis. Secondly, what we also see is that talent is scarce, basically. So there is a skills shortage. right now that's driven by demographic effects on the one hand, but also by misalignment between the skills that people learn, and I think Thierry will tell us more about that, the skills that people learn and the skills that are needed. So this leads to a really scarce situation on the labor market and on talent, etc. So if you put all of that together, in fact, you see the needs for intelligence and the scarcity of natural intelligence or organic intelligence. Basically, if you put that together, I think the arrival of AI, of artificial intelligence, comes in very timely because we need that. It's an answer to many of the solutions that we have right now. When you say what does it take to really start working with that, implement that, and deal with the challenges that brings, I think there the answer can be summarized in a formula. It's a simple formula. It's 3 elements. In fact, you need vision times transformation capacity times skills. It's 3 elements that can reinforce each other, but that can also, if there's one of the 3 missing, then it basically all falls apart. So you need to work on these 3 axes in order to move forward. And I think on the vision side, there are examples of early AI plans, like in Singapore, for example, as of 2019, that were launched. But we also had yesterday evening here in Qatar the launch of the digital agenda, basically. So clearly there is work being done on the vision side. If we look to the transformation capacity, that's a classical story of overcoming resistance, delivering on the results, etc. That's definitely also an attention point and should be a key focus for a government. And when it comes to skills, as I said, I mean, we are in a situation in which skills are very much needed, and that situation will only become more serious. We did the analysis for Qatar. We looked into 16 sectors, 132 jobs, how the demand will evolve in the coming years, amongst others driven by AI, and how the supply will evolve. And in fact, what we see is that with the current stock we have available, and if everything remains as it is, we risk to have 270,000 open vacancies in Qatar by 2032. That's 12% of the workforce. So it shows that there's a lot that needs to be done in order to meet this skills challenge and to make sure that the skills component is there.
So moving to Munira, based on what Dr. Frederick just mentioned here. So how does the Ministry of Labor addressing that and preparing a workforce, given this evolving technology?
Okay, Bismillah, Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for having me. So what we know that the market is actually evolving so fast and the demand is also growing faster with it. So the current issue we're facing is like to predict the market demand itself. For example, regarding the language, the large language model and OpenAI, ChatGPT, and generation AI, and generative AI in general. So where there is a lot of skills needed. So all of these skills are required now. So what we need to do basically is to train everybody during the big part of the workforce to be capable to do that. So we are going to have like a flexible and adaptable workforce in general. So the only constant in life is change. So we are predicting that it's going to change, and we are aiming to have the multi-talented workforce. So and that actually we work closely with the National Development Strategy, the third one, and also with Qatar National Vision 2030. So we're addressing all of that. So we're trying our best, to upskill all of the skills, and we have different programs coming up.
Thierry, we've been having several conversations about how we used to learn and work, or how we are learning and working, and how things are changing on both aspects. So from your mission and perspective, how do you see the difference between how we used to learn and work and how things will be changing moving forward?
Well, I'm happy to answer with, fortunately, it is changing. And I think if I have to frame it, it's going from very static to dynamic, both learning and working. Ideally, we will all adopt it, and also from generalized to personalized. I think the big opportunity of AI is that it will close the gap in terms of adoption, because we will have a personal approach. We are all different. We all have our opportunities, fears, and so that's the big opening, I think. on one hand, I have to relate to what Frederick and Munira said, there is a lot of change. I prefer to, you talked about crisis, polycrisis. It's a system shocks we talk about ourselves. And we had huge wake-up calls several times after another, and we showed enormous resilience as a population. But still today, we have this cognitive bias to change, fear, and we all know we have to learn different, we have to work different, but we don't do it. 17%, and maybe it's interesting number to know, is that if you have access to learning platforms, to good content, overall in the world, 17% of the people learn, except if they have to certification, etc. So it's a huge challenge, and AI is gonna make that more accessible, I believe. And on the other side, as we have that fear and as we are like obstructed, we need coaching. AI will also allow for coaching, etc., etc. So on the learning side, more personalized. On the way we learn, more personalized. A total different approach to content, like also our schools in Belgium. In Europe, we know that also that schools have these big, let's say, education programs. They change every 5 years or every 3 years, hopefully. But now the world is changing at such a rapid pace that in six months' time, the world has changed, the skills have changed. So in learning, it will be dynamic content, dynamic approach, personalized approach. In work, there are two really big tendencies we see, and that is, first of all, we will finally move to a skills-based organization. And it's basically interesting to see that right now, when we look at a job, we need to upscale our potential in-house, but now there was a lot of resistance. And with the skills-based organization and with AI, you can say, hey, I can maybe apply for that job because with generative AI, I can fill up those gaps. So the funnel to a job becomes more wide open, which is interesting. And secondly, scalable expertise. Companies will be able to nurture their content, their knowledge in the company. There's a lot of, again, mobility in work and in labor, and so you will be able to nurture but also grow your knowledge base as a company. So that's also a very big opportunity, I think.
Interesting. Frederick, if we zoom in at the consultancy industry and take AI in consideration, how do you see the impact of AI on the consultancy industry from a performance point of view, but at the same time from addressing clients' demand as well?
Okay. Yeah, interesting question. I think on the consulting industry, first of all, where AI leads to is to higher quality and higher efficiency. It's what I see on a daily basis. The consultants with whom I work that master AI can work with the tools. I mean, they come with better results to me in a much shorter time. So that's definitely a positive thing. On the other hand, I mean, consulting industry, I come from an industry where there was a compliment to make, which was you work like a machine. That was really like you were working really very good, very fast, etc. That was a compliment. In fact, I think we're now at a moment when the working like a machine, we will leave it to the machine, and the machine will actually do it. So that will change the skill set for consultants in the future. And in fact, this AI cannot solve everything. So there will still be need for critical thinking. And there are just some problems where AI is not capable to draw conclusions from. So that part of the skill set will become more important. It's this last 10% that will play a crucial role now when we work with consultants. So there's an important shift in focus that needs to happen there. And in order to make that happen, we're basically acting on two concrete fronts. First of all, the tooling is important. So within Roland Berger, we have a knowledge hub where all the knowledge that we gathered from all projects that we did for multiple decades is gathered, and where AI is used to really search in all of that, extract information, and use that information to find new answers to new questions. So that's this tooling side is very important. And the second point is the training, because working with AI is a different way of working. It's really, I see consultants in my organization now brainstorming with AI and coming via that way to new solutions. So people actually need to learn that. And on top, they need also to learn what the pitfalls are of AI, what the risks are, what the ethical risks are, what the legal risks are, what the business risks are. So also that they need to master very well. And now currently, for example, the consultants with whom I'm working, every 2 weeks there is a dedicated AI training to learn them how to actually efficiently leverage AI while still avoiding the pitfalls.
Moving to theory, Zaya worked different. It was created for a certain mission. Can you share that with us?
Yes, we created Zaya as a sort of chameleon tool to make sure that adoption will be actually given. I mean, that people will adopt it. It was said that during the opening ceremony here, I think we all think, oh, everybody's using ChatGPT, but it's only 27, 28% of the population. So there's a huge group not doing it. So we thought there is a lot of resistance, and we wanted to take all resistance away for whether it's corporation, governments, individuals. And we look at an organization with the 90-10% rule. Tools are not going to save our world or improve our lives. We're going to have a tsunami of tools. Every day there are, I don't remember, but 10, 15, 20 tools worldwide with generative AI being launched. So we created a tool that in the back end decides which language model is good for your tasks. In the front end, you don't know whether it's Google or OpenAI or AnyScan or whatever, or Mistral. In the front end, we are going to look at securing the data. A lot of companies say, oh, what with my employees use the data and they throw it on the ChatGPT. So securing the data is very important, bringing trust on a dedicated server so that they know when they do a query or pose a question that the data is staying there. They're not using the data to ask a question, but they're using the power of the language model to infuse. Or you can also benchmark, of course, with external content. We're gonna sit together with the 10% with experts to say what are the complex tasks that we could improve. So we're gonna look like if every day you do this, and this sequence, and it's very boring, and then you have more time to do the critical, creative things. You push a button and the thing does it for you. So we're gonna really have this human interaction, but very, very quick. We're gonna link to all your digital tools, but without an IT project, because the danger is that it becomes an IT project. But we're gonna API-wise link to Miro, link to your ERP, etc. But the tool is just there. And I think if there's one thing in learning, in working, we don't need 50 tools because we're gonna go crazy. So we need one thing that does the complex thing behind the scene, and in the front you will have one experience. An interesting part also, we're doing like a big airplane flight company, an air company, and they also work with personas, for example. In an organization, when you ask a question, they have flying personnel, ground personnel, headquarters. You get another answer if you ask the same question, because the Zaya knows, oh, you are that person, so you need that type of information or type of. So that's very cool, I think, because it makes sure that people feel comfortable and they can't do any mistakes, and it's there all the time. In every tool, it's appearing. So that's why we created a sort of multifunctional adoption tool.
Munira, how is the Ministry of Labor leveraged the AI in terms of solutions to enhance the performance and efficiency of their processes internally?
Okay, in Ministry of Labor, we love AI, honestly. So what we did, that we are the first in the region that we have AI infrastructure. We're using Microsoft Azure system. So with the AI in general, let's give you an example. So what we did in order to facilitate and make our processes much easier, we even actually increased our work productivity with it. So on a regular day, let's use an example, work permit department. They used to process 1,500 applications per day. Now, we are actually processing 50,000 applications per day. So it's like almost more like 50K more than the number of applications that we used to do. And you know we didn't even change. We have the exact same number of employees. So it's not like only about automation, but it's also less human interaction nowadays. So what we did is like we restructured, we went to data-centric strategy. So we restructured a lot of things and we moved a lot of things into clouds. So we are using as much as we can, getting the benefits from AI. So yeah, so I am not allowed to to announce this publicly yet, but we are doing something huge that's gonna change. It's like a game changer for the labor market, both in our services and
This
the
is the teaser,
entire
huh?
labor market. So just keep an
an
on,
eye.
keep an eye.
I will go and sign the NDAs with everybody.
Frederick, giving this fast evolving tech world, and you are mainly working on developing ICT strategies and tech strategies, how do you see the impact of this evolvement on the validity of those strategies?
Okay. Yeah, maybe my answer will disappoint you in a way because I mean, there is an impact for sure, but it's not this huge revolution from my point of view. For sure, I mean, if we want to work effectively with AI, we need to make sure that the data is there. So the importance of everything around data processes, data governance, data ownership, data collection, etc. All of this part of the ICT strategy becomes more important, and potentially in the ICT roadmap needs to be a bit more front-loaded in order to make sure that these fundamentals are there. So that's an impact that I see. But in fact, I mean, starting to work with AI, implementing the solutions, etc. I mean, this doesn't require a huge, big, fundamental change in your ICT strategy. I don't think this is not the type of project that is really unsurmountable. Like, I mean, there are much bigger projects that we've been doing in the past. It's like even SAP implementation, core banking system change, all these big ICT projects that we saw in the past that take a lot of resources. It's nothing of that magnitude that we have in front of us right now. So, so in that sense, I think it's something that can be managed and that is absorbable for many organizations.
Do you want to have any input on this?
No, for sure. I can only agree that it will be very accessible, and it's not a huge project. It's just there. That's also what we do with Zaya. But it's in general, it's not a big ICT project, as I said before. It's just putting the blocks right, and it's also important because by definition, an IT project is slow. So by the time you have the delivery of a platform, it's already redundant very often. So and then you have to changes, and then they say, oh, but we can't make those changes. So you really need to have that agileness. In Europe, for example, the research projects that universities do used to be 3 years. In everything with learning and AI, they have just made a rule that it's maximum 5 to 6 months, because by the time they start, it's approved and they start, the world has changed. So that's where we are in today.
Maybe if I can quickly react, because it's interesting what you say about the speed and the slow IT projects, etc. I think AI even has the potential to speed up ICT projects, to go faster. If you look to productivity impact, the impact is the biggest for coders and for developers. There they can do massively faster and more right now. So in fact, it could even speed up the delivery of our ICT roadmaps instead of adding another block and make it more complex, etc., etc.
Given that we reached the end of our session, I don't know if any of the audience have any question to the speakers. And yes.
Good morning, thank you. I'm Susan Carmani, and Dean of the College of Law at Hamad bin Khalifa
Can you
University.
just please put up the mic
yeah,
up?
Yeah, Susan Carmani, and Dean of the College of Law, Hamad bin Khalifa University. Manira, you touched on the increased volume of review and the like, but how can we ensure that we are dealing with quality? I think back to reporting on patent applications years ago, and countries increasing the number of patents they have applied for and obtained, but they were not quality patents. And we're looking at an exponential increase in review, outcomes, and the like. But I'm concerned just about quality, the overall need to ensure that we are making the best fit in the workforce, and we have qualified people, skilled people, rather than just simply reporting on numbers. Thank you.
Okay, so we actually take care of the entire journey. So since from graduating from high school, we take care from the students from their high school during their university time and after their university time. We provide them with coaching, advising, and even training, on-job training and during university training. So nowadays, when a student, once they graduate, they are just shocked with the market that they need like years of experience. So what we do, we actually, during their time, we offer training. So some of the students, we treat everybody in Doha the same, whether you're expat or national. So we actually collaborated with Jusur. It's somewhere around here in the corner. I really encourage you to visit them. We created several programs to ensure that everybody is included and nobody is not included. So we created 4 different programs with Jusur, which is Qatar Manpower Solutions. We call them Jusur. It's like connecting bridges. We created 4 different programs. We created a program called Sahem, which means contribute in Arabic. So that one for everybody who would like to contribute to society or gain experience on hand. This is the program where a student on during their undergrad is going through. So they will get connected with the big shots companies in Doha and outside. So they can get to the training required. So once they graduate, we make sure that the students that graduating, the workforce that's coming out is up to the standards that we want. And then we have with institutes that we are having testing and accreditation and certificate attestation and all. So we make sure that 100% once you have your workforce, it's ready and trained.
Thank you. Any question? One more question? Yes, please.
Yeah, I wanted to add something about your question about the patterns and everything and the quality of the output. I think it's essential also that you work with, you can build in templates. You can really, the 10% that Frederick is referring to, by human interaction, you can really predict very well the outcome. So it's not just the Wild West where you say, oh, we just run it through and they're saying, yeah, that's the best match. I think there is necessity to create very strict templates, teach the model, bringing also your vision, how you want to, all the values that you want to be respected, etc., and train the model so that, but the results, even also with government and hiring people in Belgium where we're doing a project is really very, very good. But it's not the decision maker, it's the enabler, and the last 10% is done by humans. So I think that's always very important at this stage to say.
We also do skill gap analysis
the last
and
question.
the market trend. So we actually study the market very well as well.
Last question.
Hello. Hi. My question is for Ustaza Munira. You had mentioned
I cannot hear you very well. Can you just...
You had mentioned the increase of the output of work permits from like 1.5K to 50K. Did you find that impacted on another stage in your workflow process in terms of the output? And then did you have to then automate that as well to be AI generated?
With the AI infrastructure that we built along with MCIT, so what we're doing, we're trying to make all processes around in Qatar, it's just like one-stop shop. And it's just like one click away. So we're trying to make all processes as seamless as possible and facilitate and ease even the job hunt. So now even for job matching, we have tools as well that to help you. For example, if somebody is looking to hire someone, nowadays it's very easy to find the right candidate. So with the AI job matching, they will match it with the skills and all the requirement that you put. And also we're doing like electronic contracts. So we are doing like an entire process, so you know what happens with your application. Let's assume you applied for a job, they select you and they shortlisted you, and then you were interviewed, and then you will get your contract once the interview is done if you were accepted. And you can sign it electronically, and it's an authentic one. So we're trying our best. There's a lot of surprises coming up. Just keep an eye.
I think also the user experience is much better than before. Eh?
Exactly, because we're dealing with a new type of generation, and they're using the tools differently than the other generation. So what we're doing, we are training everyone, so we can at least be on the same level.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. At the end, I would love to thank Dr. Frederick, Nira, Thierry for the panel discussion and insight. Thank you, guys.
We're having our next session in 1 minute, please. If you can have your seats. If you can have your seats, please. We have the next session in 1 minute.
Check, 1, 2. This is a test, say hey. Say. Checking 1, 2, 3, 4. Hear it clearly. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Good. Have to clear. Hear it clearly. Yes, 1, 2, 2, 2.
But anyhow, the pictures will not be ready before coming from. No, which is fine. Like, so because I saw a lot of posts on LinkedIn yesterday. Yeah. So I just want to know who's doing it because my CEO is on a session later today. So okay. Get the footage. No worries. So if you see that person, and بعد السيشن
Right. Hello, everyone. Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started. If everyone can just take their seats. Okay. We have a very, very special session lined up for the next hour. It'll be on the Swedish life sciences, talking about tomorrow's healthcare. And as a start, I'd like to give an exceptionally warm welcome to His Excellency Gautam Bhattacharya, the Ambassador of Sweden to the State of Qatar. And yes, without further ado, we'll get started. Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you, Ms. Hind. Thank you so much. What a pleasure to be here. I hope I'm audible. First of all, thank you to QRDI Council and Web Summit for inviting us and for arranging this Swedish life science panel here today. My name is Gautam Bhattacharya, Ambassador of Sweden to Qatar. I've been here for 1.5 years, and it's really exciting to be in this vibrant country. And I'm really proud that today we can present some of the best that Sweden has to offer in the life sciences sector. As many of you might know, Sweden is an advanced country in many aspects, ranging from IKEA, Ericsson, Volvo, etc., Spotify, Minecraft. But we're also very proud that we have a vibrant ecosystem in the life sciences. Many of you have heard of AstraZeneca, which we are proud is one of our really largest companies, multinationals. But we have over 4,000 companies in life sciences. It accounts for maybe 4% of our GDP, and it's really one of the mainstays of our economy. So it's extremely important to us, and it's been in the making for a long time. So what we're here to discuss today is really the ecosystem. How did we build it? What are the success factors in our ecosystem? And what do we see looking ahead in the future? So I'm really proud to say that we have great panelists here today. We have Dr. Andreas Scheutz from Uppsala, one of our major regions, Director of Innovation and Research. We have Ms. Sara Lidé, who's the Deputy CEO of Medicon Village Innovation, which is a cluster in South Sweden for medtech and health life sciences. We have Dr. Åsa Wallin, who is Future Precision Health Director, based in Silicon Valley and responsible for linking the US and Sweden in life sciences. And last but not least, we have Mr. Ghaleb Al-Adab, who is the head of government affairs for AstraZeneca in the GCC and Pakistan. So with this stellar lineup, I hope you will ask questions. I hope you will really enjoy this discussion. I'll just give the word to the moderator shortly. But finally, I would say we have had a jam-packed program with the delegation here yesterday and today, meeting the main stakeholders in the life sciences sector in Qatar. And it's really encouraging to see that there is huge scope for collaboration. No country is an island, they say, except for Singapore and UK, and Sweden is no exception. We need partners. And I think there's great scope for partnering with Qatar as we see the new trends in life sciences. You will hear a lot about AI, machine learning, quantum computing, the new trends of trying to build the healthcare sector of the future, and you will hear it here and now. So without much further ado, please let me give the word to our moderator, our excellent moderator, Dr. Heba Al-Siddiqui. She's a research fellow at Qatar Biomedical Research Institute and also connected to QRDI Council. And Dr. Heba has a long experience of research in US, UK, and Qatar, and she's focusing on diabetes and stem cell research. So, Dr. Heba, without much further ado, please.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay. So, in today's discussion, we will be talking about how Sweden managed to build a thriving, world-class life and science and healthcare ecosystem. We will also talk about how they created a solid base for startups and innovation. So I would like to introduce our first speaker, Åsa Wallin, to present an exposé of the Swedish ecosystem for life science trends and projects, perspective from the Silicon Valley and quantum life sciences.
Thank you so much. So let's start with this. So I start with this directly. So thank you very much for inviting me. I'm very honored to be here today. I'm going to give you a short expose of the Swedish landscape for life science and precision health. So just to start with, this is a number, some facts about Sweden. So we see here that we are a small country. We are approximately 10.5 billion people, and we have 21 different regions with public health care. And 7 of them, they are connected with university hospitals. And in those 7 regions, we actually have the most condensed life science. We also have 290 municipalities, and that means that in those city regions, they actually have also healthcare. So they also provide healthcare to the public. We have about 20 universities and colleges that are actually working with life science, and in total, we have 30 of them. More, I would say a little bit about the landscape for the life science industry, and we can see that we have approximately 1,500 different companies, and the majority of those companies, they are actually small and medium-sized companies. So many of them, they are spin-outs from the universities. And also, talking about the life science ecosystem, we have the incubators and science parks in Sweden, and approximately like 9 of them, they are focused just on life science. So it's a strong lineup here. I also would like to give you some greetings from Sweden and some examples of what we do. We can start with this, and this is just a kind of a short picture with some of the startups that we have and that we have funded the past 5 years in different actions with governmental funding. And the range of them is everything from health tech to pharma, but also, of course, med tech and biotech. So it's a little bit of everything. We also have some strategic initiatives. For example, I would like to show you this. And it's IDA, it's Analytic Imaging Diagnostics Arena. It's situated actually in Linköping, where I'm from. And it's really to not only talk about developing technology and AI solutions for radiology, it's also about educating clinicians so they could actually take it in and use it in their clinical everyday life. And more to this, we do a lot of technology development in Sweden, but the thing is, and the hurdle is often how to the implementation to healthcare. Because of this, we initiated a couple of years ago SISH, and that is to promote innovation being implemented in healthcare. When it comes to genomics, and I was here very much impressed by the visit I had here in Qatar yesterday. We also do some strategic initiatives in Sweden. For example, we have genomic medicine in Sweden. We have Oligonova emphasizing on oligonucleotides. That is a stronghold in Sweden when it comes to research, but also the innovation. So when we build this, we build an ecosystem, and not only focusing on research and innovation, but also having support system for innovators and spin-outs from the university. I would love to lift this case. It's Intelligium. It's a Swedish company. It's a spin-out from KI, so Karolinska Institute, and also in co-development with KTH. And on the picture you see Professor Elizabeth Epstein. She's a gynecologist, and she actually developed this tool for how to assess and diagnose ovarian cancer. And it's an AI solution. It meaning based on ultrasound, meaning that not only the specialist can do this, but also in the healthcare. So we could have the diagnostics earlier than you have to wait for being having to see the specialist. And the thing with Intelligent is also that they have presence in Silicon Valley, actually. So they are a member of Nordic Innovation House. Another thing I also would like to lift that we do in Sweden, and I would say that we are also in the forefront, is quantum life science. And I know also here at the Web Summit, you talked about quantum technology and quantum computing. And we have a number of different use cases connected to quantum life science. Everything when it comes to scheduling of healthcare, to imaging and protein folding. Finally, a little bit what I see as trend and foresights, and that is also with the perspectives on the Silicon Valley. Of course, we talk about AI and generative AI. We also talk about the convergence, and that is the convergence of different technologies. And also miniaturization. So everything is smaller today. That means everything from battery, for example, but also the sensors. sustainability. We cannot talk about this without mentioning sustainability, and I also know that we will talk about this more. And also the last thing I would like to see, so many of the innovations, I went to CES earlier this year, and also perhaps here, but is that we have seen the innovations before, but now we really must emphasize on the implementation in healthcare. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Osa, for this interesting presentation, showing up the spin out and all those startups that started from the universities. Now I would like to introduce Ms. Sara Liddy from Midcon Valley Innovation, and she will talk about overarching shifts impacting the future of health and life sciences.
Thank you, Dr. Hiba. All right, good morning, everyone. It's a real privilege to be here. My name is Sara Liddy, and I represent a science park in the south of Sweden. And we proudly call ourselves the leading life science park in Scandinavia. We have about 180 companies, 2,800 people working on site within pharma, biotech, and medtech. And I'm going to try to click through a little bit faster here. But what I want to focus my time today is talking about 3 broad shifts that I think are impacting health and life science today. And we start with the first shift. Now, innovations in life science have traditionally focused on reducing unwanted mortality, which means staying alive. But as this article from The Economist puts it really well, living longer is of little use if the extra years are spent in bed. So the shift is no longer just about staying alive, but about staying healthy. And this is a result of a couple of mega trends that are happening across the world. Many of us are living in cities. In fact, that is a big trend in previously lower industrialized countries. Today, about half of the world lived in cities, but by 2050, 2 in 3 of us will be living in a city. We are also, as a global population, getting older. In 1960, our global lifespan was 52 years old. Today, it's 72 years old, and I checked in Qatar, it's 79 years old. In Sweden, we're a bit older, 83 years old, but the bottom line is all of us are going to get older. And by 2100, 1/3 of us sitting in this room will be above 60. And these trends have real impacts on our health. We have seen firsthand how urbanized environments are, causing the rapid transmission of viruses like COVID-19. But that is also leading to a series of lifestyle changes where we say that sitting has become the new smoking. So this is sedentary lifestyles. We're not moving enough. We're eating too much processed foods. And this is also leading to what's called the rise of the obesity epidemic that is set to cost the world economy 3% of global GDP by 2030. And obesity causes a host of health problems, diabetes, heart diseases, and so on. And these are a common term umbrella, non-communicable diseases or chronic diseases, diseases that we live with for a long period of time. And the World Economic Forum estimates that, the top 4 chronic diseases contributing to, tremendous economic loss around the world is diabetes, cancer, COPD to do with the lungs, and cardiovascular disease. And these chronic diseases are putting real impacts on our healthcare systems. In Sweden, about 85% of our healthcare costs go towards the treatment and managing of these chronic diseases. But at the same time, the World Health Organization says that the risk of developing the most deadly chronic diseases can be reduced by as much as 80% if we address just 4 lifestyle factors. So remember this: diet, exercise, smoking, and weight. If you address just these 4 aspects, you can reduce the risk of developing chronic diseases by as much as 80%. But at the same time, only 4% of our healthcare budgets are going towards such interventions. So there's another shift towards from producing healthcare to promoting health. And let's put some figures to this. This is the picture in the US today. You see that most of the spending is going towards medical care, $3.3 trillion. Health impact, 11%. If you look at the top left, behavior, it's 260 million being spent of it, but a 38% healthcare impact. 3 times more healthcare impact, 13 times less spending. So there's a lot of room for opportunity for us to intervene here in what is called lifestyle medicine or lifestyle-related interventions. And we have a great example of how we do this in Sweden called physical activity on prescription. It's a practice recommended by the WHO and EU, been used by more than 20 years, as an example of how we need more such interventions to have a more sustainable healthcare system. And of course, since we're at the Web Summit, I have to talk about digitalization, the third major shift, moving from not just blood and guts to bit and bytes in life science. Digitalization is transforming all industries, and some says that it is a race towards zero. It's bringing cost, time, friction, and knowledge gaps down to its bare minimum. And we're seeing that take place in life science as well. I was at a conference recently, and a speaker said, you know, a traditional pharma company used to be able to analyze 1,000 molecules a day. With the help of AI, they now can analyze 50 billion molecules. And I know that Mr. Gali might correct me on this. But to put the numbers in context, 1,000 seconds is 15 minutes. 50 billion seconds is more than 1,500 years. That is the kind of magnitude we're talking about. But of course, when we talk AI, we have to talk about generative AI. Thanks to ChatGPT that went viral. And that is transforming the face of research in life science and many other fields, but also the way that we interact with healthcare. There was an interesting study done where they took questions posed to doctors in a Reddit thread, fed it to ChatGPT, took the responses that ChatGPT gave, put it in front of a panel of healthcare professionals and said, please evaluate the responses according to quality as well as empathy. And for those in the back who can't see, ChatGPT scored highly on both quality and empathy. Patients felt ChatGPT was more empathetic towards the situation. If you can combine that with this initiative, which I understood was launched in Doha just before ChatGPT, on creating the world's most extensive, freely accessible AI health worker. Imagine if she was powered by ChatGPT. How would that transform the way that we relate to healthcare as patients and people? But AI is more than ChatGPT. And I wanted to just end with this inspirational example of how technology can really transform lives. So this lady, she is a 30-year-old high school teacher in Canada. She had a stroke, she can't move. And now she's working with researchers in the US to develop brain-computer technology that will enable people in her position to be able to communicate much more naturally. So she has these electrodes implanted in her brain, and machine learning is helping to translate those brain signals into text. Another algorithm translates those texts into speech that then is personalized to sound like her, transform into an avatar so it also looks like her. And with the help of this technology, she can speak 80 words per minute, which is 6 times more than the previous tech, and about half the natural rate of speech, 160 words per minute. Imagine how that would transform her life and the lives of her loved ones. So I hope this has given you some inspiration, some thoughts on shifts happening in healthcare and how there's a lot more potential for reaching a more sustainable and equitable healthcare system in the world today. Thank you, and look forward to continuing in the panel later.
Thank you, Sarah, for this inspiring presentation, showing us how Sweden is working on keeping life science and healthcare sustainable and the implication, actually, of AI. Now, I would like to ask Dr. Andreas from Uppsala County Council to talk about how healthcare providers are collaborating with industry to support the product development and the startups.
Thank you, Dr. Heba. So hello, everyone. My name is Andreas Schötz. I'm the Research and Innovation Director at Region Uppsala, which is one of the 21 regions or counties of Sweden. And Uppsala is located in middle Sweden, just north of the capital, Stockholm. And Region Uppsala provides services to the citizens of the county, mainly in healthcare, but also public transport and culture, and finally, regional development of the county. In Region Uppsala, there is the Uppsala University Hospital, one of the world's top 50 hospitals, which was founded in 1708. It has 1,000 beds, 8,500 co-workers, nearly 1,500 are physicians, and more than 2,500 are nurses. 750,000 visits for outpatient care, and about 32,000 completed operations per year. The university hospital is engaged in clinical research together with Uppsala University on a world-leading class, and last year it was rated as the best university hospital for clinical research in Sweden. At the hospital, a large percent of the physicians actually have a doctoral degree, showing that research is ingrained in all the clinical operations. We encourage research to all our different professions, not only physicians, and we have 5 centers of excellence: inflammation, endocrine tumors, neurotrauma, type 1 diabetes, and aorta. At the moment, 850 clinical studies are ongoing, and out of those, approximately 200 are clinical trials of pharmaceuticals, 25 are clinical trials of medtech, and in the total, approximately 20% of these studies are initiated and sponsored by industry. And let me now turn a little bit to the external environment around the hospital, where we have a world-class innovation support system in Uppsala. It's based upon stable foundations in 2 world-class universities, Uppsala University and the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences. Major public players like the university hospital, but also a range of international biotech or pharma companies located in the city, which support the innovation system. And in this innovation system, we have also a lot of smaller but agile organizations that supports the entrepreneur, for example, providing advice on business development, IP protection, sustainable funding, etc. Let me now for a couple of minutes speak about one of these organizations, which is Region Uppsala Innovation, that supports the staff of the university hospital and other healthcare facilities who have ideas or want to that are innovating and have ideas for new products, and we can support them in that effort. But we can also help companies that want to interact and collaborate with the university hospital. So Region Uppsala facilitates the collaboration between companies and healthcare. And thinking of it, the public health care is not only an important customer of medtech or pharma companies, but it's also a collaboration partner. Because if you involve the end user in your product ideas and the product design at an early stage, you're much more likely to develop a product that is sought after and actually caters to the needs of the healthcare system. And by interacting with specialists in the hospital, the experts, the people who are going to use your product at the end, you're much more likely to hit that target. And why are we doing this? You're thinking it's not maybe part of the normal healthcare responsibility, but we think it's important to support the companies with public resources paid for by taxpayers' money, and to strengthen innovation and development for the companies who are then able to produce much better products or services. They can increase their competitiveness and thus generate higher growth and, of course, generate tax incomes again to provide for the public system, including healthcare. So the circle goes around, as you can hear. So what we did was that we classified the different types of interactions that are sought after. We systemized the interactions to safeguard clinicians' time and to ensure maximum value for the companies. And in the early phase, when the first ideas are on the table, we're offering interactions with the clinical experts in order for the company to set the right expectations, to consider customer needs and regulatory limits that are common. In the next phase, there could be an early prototype which can be tested in a rigged setting, so not with patients, and not necessarily in the clinic. We use our clinical training center, which is available for us to book for these kinds of interactions. And then the companies, together with healthcare professionals, can evaluate the usability of their products. In the next stage, we can evaluate the prototypes in a clinical setting, again with experts, and focusing on usability. And in the last step, the clinical prototype needs to go through a clinical validation, usually a clinical trial, governed by the respective authorities like the European or Swedish authorities. And finally, when the product is finalized, it's got its CE mark and it's approved, we are at the last stage, and then we are going through the public procurement process to actually buy the product and implement it in healthcare. So in summary, Region Uppsala supports the development of innovations for healthcare sector by facilitating collaboration between our public healthcare system and companies. Our aim is to support innovations that emanate from real needs in healthcare. And by offering the resources of the public healthcare system, we drive innovation and enhance the competitiveness of the life science companies, leading to economic growth, employment, and improved tools to develop our healthcare sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Andreas, for showing us how Pilates have built this ecosystem of connecting academia with industry and government agencies. Now I would like to introduce Mr. Ghalib Al-Ahdab from AstraZeneca to talk about how AstraZeneca can make these innovations come into reality.
Thank you, Dr. Hiba. Thank you, Your Excellency, for giving us this opportunity as AstraZeneca. Thank you for QRDI for hosting us. My name is Ghalib Al-Ahdab, and today I represent AstraZeneca. I will try to be as heartily to your hearts as possible. I'll share what we at AstraZeneca, how we are trying to bring to life everything that you've been hearing. Sarah spoke about the trends that we're seeing in the life science era. We have seen how we are, as Swedish companies and Swedish technologies, trying to bring everything into life when it comes to patients. Now, AstraZeneca became a household name during, I won't say nice times, but it were also an opportunity for us to get lots of learning. So during COVID, AstraZeneca became something that you guys have heard about. However, what you need to know is that we do not work only towards the pill. We work beyond the pill. And why is that? Because simply we are, and we continue, and we will continue to impact the health of people, society, and planet. And why are we talking about planet here? We're a pharmaceutical company. This is a question that you might be asking yourself. Simply because when it comes to public health, climate is the biggest public health threat. Do you know that every 2 seconds, someone with non-communicable disease, aged between 30 to 70 years, is passing away? Why? Because of climate problems. Do you know that 7 million premature deaths occur every year because of air pollution? These are numbers that are so intriguing. And if we do not work together on making sure that we reduce the carbon emissions that are generated from healthcare, which if we're considered a country, we will be in the top 5 list of most and biggest emitters in the world. If we do not take radical actions, then we will be not taking care of the humanity. And how do we need to do that? And that's where the Swedish flavor will play a role. We are focusing on 3 concepts. First, resilience. And when we talk about resilience, is how can we work with the authorities to make sure that our healthcare system are shock-proof. We were blessed in Qatar to overcome the pandemic, but there are countries that collapsed. Healthcare system collapsed in some countries. How can we work with partners to make sure that we are revamping and driving reforms in our non-communicable disease policies? How can we try to decarbonize and transition our care pathways to make sure that we're tackling that component? And that's where the Swedish cooperation model, the triple helix, plays a role. That's where we combine academia, government, and industry all in one place, in one table, trying to tackle and solve one common challenge. And that's how innovation happens in Sweden. We are trying to shift, as mentioned in Asha's and Sarah's email, we are trying to shift our mindset from treatment to prevention, moving into, transitioning into healthcare rather than sick care. We are trying to work with you guys, members of the tech companies, on how we can use these technologies to drive our early detection, early diagnosis, prevention agenda. And at the same time, we are trying to make sure that we are friendly with this planet by transitioning into a decarbonized care pathway. Sarah ended with an example of how you could be inspired. Let me tell you a story that maybe not people cannot see in front of them. Chronic kidney disease. These are diseases where you've heard someday someone is going to undergo dialysis. And you know very well how much he is suffering every time in the week, him and his family commuting from and to the hospital to conduct dialysis. Now, chronic kidney disease is a natural complication and consequence of diabetes. And Qatar, for example, is one of the highest countries with prevalence of diabetes. So we know the endpoint. We know that this patient will have to go 3 times a week to the hospital to undergo a dialysis. Now, if you check how much electricity this is using, how much carbon this is emitting, how much waste because of all the water that is being drained after because of the dialysis, you will see that one chronic kidney disease patient, and this might be shocking, emits equivalence in carbon to 9 return flights from and to New York from Doha. So 9 flights going and coming back. The amount of carbon emitted is equivalent to 1 chronic kidney disease patient. So if I prevent this patient of reaching that stage, I will A, have an impact on the health of the people, because people will be healthy, will not be needing a dialysis. B, I will save the society a huge, huge amount of money because of the treatment and the cost related to diabetes. So that's how we treat society. And C, if I do not reach that stage, I'm not emitting that amount of carbon. And that's how we treat the planet. And is this something futuristic? No. It's only by applying technology that I'm able to diagnose early, detect early, and prevent this of happening. So that's a call to action from our end as industry member. If you have solutions, you believe that you have the solution that can help in this, please reach out to us. At AstraZeneca, we believe that we are here not alone. We are here to collaborate with you, and we cannot do it alone. We need you, we need your expertise to complement ours and drive everything we can for the health of people, society, and planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ghalib, for showing us the work that AstraZeneca does in the field of life sciences. Now, in a few minutes, we're going to start our panel discussion with our panelists to talk about the future trends in life sciences and healthcare. And I would like to ask the panelists to the stage, please.
Check.
Can we have mics for everyone? Well, we were going to share.
Check, check.
So I'm gonna start with Sarah. Thank you very much for the interesting talks that we had. Sarah, what do you think is Sweden's secret sauce when it comes to cultivating innovation in life sciences?
Thank you, Dr. Hiba. Firstly, Åsa kind of touched on it a little bit. She mentioned that Sweden has a lot of companies spinning out the universities. And I think one interesting element with Sweden is that when a researcher develops an idea or a patent in the course of his or her research, the patent is not owned by the university, but is owned by the researcher himself. So a lot of researchers end up starting companies. And so if you look at all the life science companies in Sweden, a large percentage of them are coming out of the universities. And I think that's an important driver for research to come closer to the patient. And the second also interesting perspective, I mentioned earlier that data is really driving a lot of change in health. I mean, data is the new oil in healthcare. And in Sweden, a lot of people are actually very trusting to have the data used for research. And I think it's also a really interesting and unique part about the Swedish healthcare system, that we have the opportunity to use a lot of our data towards innovations, research and innovations. But of course, Åsa also landed a really good point. I'm sorry, I'm stealing your points, Åsa. Innovation is great, but we need to implement. And I think, you know, Andreas put it really well, that his example of coming closer to the hospitals, working early with patients, is really important in making sure that the ideas actually find a need in the market.
Which will take me to Dr. Andreas. So you talked a lot about the ecosystem that you have, linking academia with industry and government agencies. So that's really interesting. So what do you think are the key success points to have this kind of collaboration and link between the three pillars?
I think there are many components to make such a system successful. First of all, the actors have to be open to be part of the system, to identify themselves as a part of such a system and respect the roles of the other actors. They need to work closely with one another, get to know each other, and to understand each other's aims and goals, and also try to see where you yourself or your own organization fits in to support the entrepreneur. And also with the small organizations, the different, universities, innovation office, or the business incubator and so on, the small organizations in the middle of my picture in the presentation, they need to know each other outside and in. And it's a good idea, if possible, and we have achieved this in Uppsala, that they are actually located physically in the same place. They meet each other every day. They have coffee together every day, get to know each other and hear about everything's going. And so they know where to best get in with their competence and support the entrepreneur. And then we have to be transparent and inform about what is available and what is important, because the entrepreneur usually comes with a great idea, but not much knowledge about the obstacles on the way. Luckily, they don't know about it, but we'll help them over these obstacles.
So what do you think is the limitations or the challenges that entrepreneur would have to?
There are many challenges for entrepreneurs in general, and we can see here at the Web Summits there are thousands of entrepreneurs who've succeeded to come here and present their prototype or product. But I think there's an extra challenge if you think about applications for healthcare, for use in the hospital or in the healthcare clinics, because we have regulations, government regulations, actually regulating what you can do and what you have to fulfill. There's a lot of documentations, there are applications. This can be very daunting for an entrepreneur coming from a different field who is not used to this. So we need to have support structures to help entrepreneurs understand what is needed and how it's going to be done in order to make the journey a bit smoother for them.
And Ussa, I would like you to share with us some of your success story from the Silicon Valley, and how did you move or connect academia with startups and.
Thank you so much. So I think that Intelligent that I presented before is a very good example of that. So they actually use the innovation ecosystem in Sweden, just as presented here by Dr. Andreas. So they had help from the innovation office at KI, for example, but they were also supported by governmental funding from Sweden. In Silicon Valley, we have something called Nordic Innovation House, and it's actually an ambition from the 5 Nordic countries to pull together and create like a soft landing platform for Nordic startups. But we also work with system of innovation, meaning that we also connect with the universities in Sweden, Denmark, Norway, Finland, and Iceland. But so when Intelligent, they landed in Silicon Valley, and that was because of many reasons. They actually reached out to us and said that, hi, we are here, what can we do, how can we collaborate? And they became a member of Nordic Innovation House. And that is a way of actually supporting them not only in Sweden, but also in the Silicon Valley. So I think that is a good example. We also connected to the Nordic Innovation House. We also have incubator program and accelerator program for the Nordic startups to actually take part of, giving the opportunity to kind of not only visiting Silicon Valley, but instead also connect, network, and actually to understand the secret sauce of Silicon Valley and learn how it works. So that is a few examples of how we actually connect the system and building a strong ecosystem together. I will also add to that it was mentioned here before, how the role of sustainability. And from my point of view, I think that is something from Sweden, from the Nordic countries that we are actually very strong on, having that kind of mindset, implementing sustainability directly. I think that is also something Silicon Valley could actually learn from Sweden.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ghalib. I would like you to talk more about the prevention that you mentioned. It was interesting to link climate change with healthcare sustainability. If you would like to talk more about that and share with us your experience and your knowledge.
Absolutely, Dr. Ahiba, and thank you for the opportunity. So we all tend to look at healthcare as we need to treat someone, right? You mentioned 1/3 of us will be like at home, maybe living for 80 years, but he won't live happily. He will live like sick. He will be ill. So how can we use technologies, the trends that are happening, to really push this forward? I mean, let's focus on not treating the disease, but preventing it from the beginning at happening. I totally agree with you. Diet, exercise, smoking, and weight play a major role. But how can we use technologies also that could help us predict things that could happen? I'll give an example, very simple, when it comes to cancer. And maybe this could also open the discussion on AI. So we are using one diagnostic tool that could be implemented on X-rays. Simple X-rays that we all conduct throughout the year. If you use this tool, we can know that and predict if a patient or a person could be at risk of lung cancer. And usually lung cancer is only diagnosed at a late stage when the patient does not have any hope anymore. I'm sorry to say that, but I'm also very optimistic of how technology can help us shifting that diagnostic stage to early stages, and hence detect early, treat early, and prevent the consequences that could happen. And that's how we need to work together on adopting these technologies, supporting the diagnostic AI component to help us prevent the consequences of diseases, but also, like in the case of CKD that I have just shared, prevent at all of this happening while patients are still far beyond that stage. Only, rather than me assessing 100 people, I use technology to assess 20 people whom I know are at risk and take necessary actions early enough. And that's how we can basically leverage on that preventive angle.
So AI is becoming a big buzzword in the field of technology, and health and life sciences and healthcare is one of the most important industry. So where has it been used, the technology? And I would like to hear from all of our panelists. Where have you seen it been used correctly? And also, do you think that there's an area where AI should not be used, or there's a worry of using AI in health sciences and healthcare?
So if I may start, I'll just give you one example of where AI has actually been used in our university hospital in the treatment of patients. We have recently introduced a module supporting the CT scan for people who are coming to the emergency ward with a suspected stroke. So a stroke is either a bleeding or a clot. And depending on if it's a bleeding or a clot, you have to adjust the treatment of the patient. And you have to decide quickly, because every minute, 2 million neurons are dying in your brain if it goes untreated. So by complementing the CT, the radiation scan, with AI, you can get help in a few minutes to quickly detect the stroke and then initiate the treatment. And the treating physicians say this is a help to get the patients under care much quicker than we can do usually, but the physician has the end responsibility and initiates the treatment. So that is a good example. And when you said, are there any areas where AI should not be used? I think I couldn't say that, but you need to make a risk assessment every time you introduce any new method, and particularly with AI, I think a risk assessment is in high demand. So that would be the first stage.
Because one of the challenges with AI being used in the healthcare system is protecting patient data. And how can we protect patient data and
I think that has to be built in the system used, and AI does what we tell it to do. So we can easily prevent those risks early on. And I think I belong to the group of people who would actually maybe lower the scarcity of AI, because again, AI is doing what we tell it to do. We are humans who are programming the AI, and when we use it in healthcare, we use it for good purposes, and we can easily limit the actions of AI by taking the right decisions when in development. So I'm not too worried.
Yeah, I just want to add a comment there. Again, back to data. AI is only as good as the quality of the data that is being fed on. And I think a real concern with AI is the data biased or not? And so when we are training the AI to come up with diagnosis and so on, we need to make sure it's trained on a wide enough data set so that the diagnosis is not biased towards certain patient groups that tend to dominate the data set. And so therefore it's important that we include data sets, of course from Sweden, but of course from other countries as well, so we get as wide a population as possible to get a more accurate diagnosis of different diseases. But I agree with you, Andreas. I think your example of how it can be used to diagnose early, to read CT scans. I mean, someone said that, will AI make radiologists obsolete? Well, the answer is not, right? But it would make the radiologist that doesn't use AI obsolete. So the profession of being a healthcare professional or working in healthcare will transform, but there's a lot of opportunity for it to do the things that we miss because of human limitations or human error.
So I think thank you very much, Dr. Hipa. It's an excellent question and also excellent answers. And I think that is the reason why we need to discuss this even more. So I can just also mention another example of how to implement AI in Swedish healthcare. So we have an interesting project now ongoing called SWIPE, and a Swedish AI pathology, and it's a decision tool and also an analytic tool for breast cancer. But anyway, so it's really like a collaboration between companies in Sweden. So Stratipath, it's a startup as well, a spin-out from KI actually, but also Roche and Philips. They're working together with Swedish health regions, so university hospitals or hospitals. But the thing is that the process is which this project aims towards enhancing, and with the dialogue of pathologists to include them and to actually use the system and use the AI tool. So I think that is a really good example of how to work with that, not only emphasize and putting investments in actually develop the tools, but also invest in having the clinicians involved in using the tool. And then also when it comes to the risk with AI, so very much has been with AI as a danger, a threat. And I see the threat is also that we actually cannot control it. And we have to be engaged. We have to be engaged at all levels, not only us here, but also clinicians, for example, to understand better. So it's actually what you said there, that, I mean, AI is just a tool. We should consider it as a tool. And when AI fails, we fail. So it's just a kind of a result of that. I also would like to stress that AI is a tool, and it's not better than the data itself that it uses. But also AI can be a tool for equality, but it could also be a tool that actually not only good for equality, but is very bad for equality. And that is why we have to have the data sets have to be inclusive.
Yes.
I'll add this reflection, if you allow me, from my end. I mean, I was born and raised in the region, so I know how basically things tend to happen here quickly and swiftly in terms of adoption of new technologies. And in Qatar specifically, this was one of the topics that we were discussing yesterday in our side meetings. We have an opportunity to leverage on this AI concept. So AI could be used for diagnostic purposes, for discovery purposes, for whatever you want. I mean, as long as you have a good algorithm, you know how to put it in the right place and do it. The triple helix program or model involves government. In Qatar, we have that privilege now, for example, of validating an algorithm that is coming out of a potential research over a startup, and adopting it in the hospitals by physicians, while ensuring that it is risk-free because it is governed by the right processes and regulations that the government could do. So in this case, AI could be something that really lives that collaboration between academia, industry, and government, and could be a best practice, but also more importantly, could be a service to the humanity. Because if an algorithm is validated, is secured, is proven to be right and accurate, then everybody needs to use it. It shouldn't be restricted to one place. So that was a reflection based on my knowledge of how things happen in this part of the world.
Very interesting. I've been told we only have 5 minutes left. So I would like to open the floor for the audience if they have any questions to our panelists. There's one there.
Thank you so much for the wonderful talk. My name is Jacob. I'm an emergency doctor who's transitioned into health tech. If you may allow me just two questions. I think you all spoke about it a bit in detail. I'm just curious to know the regulations and safety guards in place in Sweden for AI and digital health technology. How does that impact innovation as well? Because in the US you have HIPAA, and now you have, I think in EU, GPDR as well. So how does that impact innovation for health tech and specifically for AI? And my second question, I think, is to Ms. Sarah, but also to the greater panel. You are you're part of an incubator for health tech. What do you see as the role of healthcare professionals in businesses? What is that secret sauce? Because a lot of times we see that health tech is driven by technology, by businessmen, by engineers, but we as healthcare professionals come in as perhaps advisors, as board of directors, but where do you see the role? What's that secret sauce for us? Thank you so much.
Maybe I take the second question first, and then we can take the first question more broadly. I think you have the nail right on the spot. A lot of the challenge that the companies that are spinning out the universities are facing is that they don't have experience in healthcare. They're coming with the science. The science should speak for itself and therefore should have a need somewhere. And so what we are saying is you need to get in contact with the healthcare system much earlier. Get a healthcare doctor on your team so that you understand what is the need you're facing in the hospital before you start creating your solution and then finding it really difficult to plug and play into the system. As to how that is set up, I think one of the challenges that Sweden has, and maybe for many other countries, is that our healthcare systems is really under pressure. So very few doctors have the time or incentive to invest in innovation. In fact, there's sometimes a reverse incentive that you shouldn't be innovating. You should instead be focusing on clinical work. But I know that there are some initiatives going on to say, can we set aside, for example, a budget only focused on innovation? Nothing can touch it. That will somehow incentivize more time clinically to be spent on innovation instead. But this close contact with healthcare is absolutely key. And another aspect that we didn't touch on, and I won't go too further down the rabbit hole, is reimbursement. I think when you come with a new health tech solution, the reimbursement is not often clear. And so we need to find ways to help companies. If they have created a proof of concept, they have proven that it creates outcomes, we need to give them a much clearer path into the market to get reimbursed early so that they can get out and scale into the market. I know Germany has looked at it, France has looked at it, and I hope that Sweden will learn from some of these countries.
I can as well add to that. It's an excellent question. I can give an example on how to have clinicians more, medical doctors more engaged when it comes to entrepreneurship and innovation. And that is crucial. As I mentioned, for healthcare to implement AI, for example, we need to have doctors, medical doctors that are interested. Not all of them have to be entrepreneurs or innovators, but at least understand the process. So in Gothenburg, at the Sahlgrenska University Hospital, when educating medical doctors, they have a certain program that they could be able to choose with focuses on innovation. So they are having that implemented in their educational part. And I think that is the core of this. Not seeing that as something extra that you could do on your leisure time, but instead you have that as a part of your core education. So that is one thing. When it comes to the stressing AI and also regulations, so Sweden is part of European Union, so of course we are under the GDPR and all. We also have the new regulations for the European health data space. So what I see is leadership. We must have a strong leadership on this because we need to test and we don't know exactly what will happen. But instead we have to open up and we have to be brave. That is part of being an innovator. That is part of being entrepreneurial and stress and also have innovation actually, because we don't know. We don't have we don't know the answers. I went to a very interesting seminar, a talk at Stanford a couple of weeks ago, and then this professor at law, they had actually done this study and they looked into what happens when AI solutions being into court. And it's really interesting to actually look at this. And the thing is, the result of that is really we don't know, but we need to test even more. And what we think are risks is perhaps not the risk that we could think of before.
And I can just comment on the AI also for use in healthcare applications that, again, I think the regulatory authorities will do risk assessments and they need transparency on the processes. You gotta explain to them what is happening in your process and in your system. And just a couple of weeks ago, I was in a seminar with the Swedish Medical Products Agency, who have written a white paper in English, so it's available on the web, and I can help you to find it if you want to read up what they're thinking. And they're working collaboratively within medical product agencies in Europe.
Thank you very much. Do we have time for another question? Okay. Thank you very much. I would like to thank our panelists for the great panel discussion and the ambassador of Sweden.
Thank you, Dr. Heba, and I would also like to thank you, but more than anything else, thank the audience for taking the time, QRDI Council and the Web Summit for inviting us here, and not least our fantastic moderator and panel. Please give them a big hand and applause. And I think this was really just a flavor of what we would like to discuss. There are many questions. Please scan the QR code. You can find all the contact details for our panelists. Please approach the Swedish Embassy and let's keep the conversation going. I think this is the future. This is what we need to be engaged in. And I really thank you all for participating today. Thank you.
Check 1 2. Check.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. We are shortly about to start. Oh, sorry. We would like to introduce the Industry Innovation Challenge. So just make sure everyone's happy sat down. My name is Amir Nehum. I'm project manager for the Industry Innovation Challenge at QRDI. I'm very happy to see everyone today. And I hope Web Summit has been great for everyone so far. So today, we will introduce the Industry Innovation Challenge. It's a $5 million prize amount that will be divided over 5 companies. And we'll go into a little bit more details about it. It builds upon the success of open innovation that we've seen before at QRDI and takes it to another level. We're looking at sustainable marine operations, and with our partners and our lead for the project, Milaha, we hope to see exciting innovation in this field. So I'd like to introduce, first of all, to the stage, Dr. Francis, our senior advisor at QRDI, to give us a bit more background about QRDI and the Industry Innovation Challenge. So thank you.
Right, good morning. Still morning? Yeah, good morning. Oh no, it's not morning, it's afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the QRDI Pavilion. I'm not going to talk too much about QRDI, but if you are not familiar, I encourage you to just walk around and see what the QRDI does. Right? But very briefly, QRDI supports innovation, research, development, and innovation in Qatar, right, through various programs, including the one we are going to announce later. So one of the main programs that QRDI has been doing to support innovation is called the Open Innovation Program, right? And over maybe 18 months or so, we've already launched 40 over calls for innovative solutions, and we have given awards of more than 20 projects. And out of proposals that's received from all over the world, mostly from startups, of more than 1,000, right? So it's a very happy situation that we are in, that we are getting so much interest for the program. And among the partners for the Open Innovation Program is Milaha. Milaha has been very active with us in doing a few projects which they are very happy about, right? So what we're hoping to do with this, what we call Industry Innovation Challenge, is to take the open innovation concept and move it to the next level, right? So open innovation is about solving problems, a single problem of a single company, right? So we define the problem, we get proposals, we select the best proposal, and then we implement, pilot the project, pilot the solution. Now what we're trying to do now with Industry Innovation Challenge is to solve a number of problems, but not isolated. They are related problems related to a particular area. So if you solve all these problems, you get the best solutions in the world, your impact is actually multiplied, right? It's not the sum of 5 individual projects. It's actually a bigger impact. And that's what we're trying to do here with Milaha as the leader for the kind of consortium of different partners operating in the maritime industry, right? So very exciting. What this means is that if we are successful, it's a great impact. But of course, when you are coordinating across many organizations, many projects, it's also challenging, right? So we are mindful that it's challenging, but it's something that we should go forth to do, right? I had a good discussion with Ali, who's the Executive Vice President earlier, just before the event. And I think we agree. And it is a good thing. I'm very happy that we have agreed that it is a bold challenge. It is probably very difficult, but we should go for it. Because if it is successful, it's going to make a great impact, right? So maybe I'll call upon Ali to address us, right? From the Milaha's point of view, right?
Thank you, Professor. Thank you. Good afternoon.
First of all, I'd like to thank QRDI to give us a chance today to speak about Milaha. It is an honor for me to speak about in this event. And one thing that I want to mention about that is a 2024 industrial challenge for us, where we're looking at innovations and we are is not far of it, because before us sorry. So this challenge, innovation, is not just a normal challenge. It's like the challenge where we are challenging ourselves that to go from the marine sector to bring it as a way that logistic, where they start with Tesla. Today, we're looking at the marine that can be having the same things. First of all, appreciation for Qatar Research and Development Innovations to give us a chance to and sponsoring us in this remarkable programs. It's a state of art for us to go and start to put our inspirations and put our thought that we're going to do these things in Qatar, and we're going to build this remarkable project in Qatar. The other thing that to be as a cluster leaders for this project, including our cluster partner Kahrama, Mawane, and what do you call it, Coast Guard, and QDB, who is also believe on us and believe that they can be our partner to achieve this project. We know it's a challenge. We know it's not something to be easy approach, but always we believe that these things can be happen, and it will be happen here in Qatar, with of course with the sponsoring of QRDI and our cluster partners. Also, our vision is and ambition is not coming just from ourselves. We are believe also in Qatar vision, which is already focusing mainly into which we are focusing on looking at the environmental development and sustainability also. And the things that we were encouraged that this thing should be also encouraging other partners to come and participate with us, how we can achieve this project together. And I think Aldrin now will take the lead to tell you about what is our project and how we're going to bring it to life. Thank you so much.
Hi, good afternoon. How's everyone? Good? Yeah, I see a lot of smiling faces, so that's good. So my name is Aldrin. I'm the VP for Ship Management in Milaha. So a few moons ago, QRDI came to us, and we worked together, and we conceptualized this idea about the harborcraft electrification. The main reason is because we also have a big fleet of vessels operating in the harbor. So today, I will introduce the challenge to you, but let's start with why. Why are we doing this? Sorry about it. Okay, so there has been a very strong call for action, whether locally or internationally. Right? Locally, we have the Qatar National Vision, and there are 4 pillars, as you can see: human development, social development, and also the last but not least, the most important as well, is the environmental development. So Qatar releases the National Development Strategy every so often. So we're in NDS 3 now, the third one, which is actually the roadmap for Qatar from 2024 to 2030. And in there, one of the key strategies, again, is environmental sustainability and the reduction of the greenhouse gases. And as you can see from there, the targets reduce up to 25% of greenhouse gases. Anybody that's in the maritime industry here? Great. You know how much greenhouse gas we emit? About 3%. Okay, it might sound very little, but our CO2 emission is about 1 billion tons. So it's not a joke, yeah? It's something that's really, really serious. Now, on the international arena, IMO came out with this in 2020. It's a study that's based on 2008. Yeah, what you see here is that we are looking at an increase between 50 to 250% if we carry on business as usual. All right. IMO has been very active in this hemisphere as well. So they have put in certain measures to reduce and also to eliminate wherever possible. So if you look at this, it's quite interesting. Their target is 40% of carbon emission by 2030 and 50%, up to 50% by 2050, right? But what's important here is that what they have identified is actually to meet our target emission level, we need to look at this hemisphere, which is generally electrification, alternative fuel to reduce the carbon emission. All right, so I'll move on next. So what is this challenge about? It's all about building an MVP. We want to build an MVP, we want to build an electric boats. In this area, what we have done is work with QRDI and our esteemed partners, and we kind of sandbox it into 3 different areas, which generally is, first of all, is the design and build of this vessel, and also the electrification part of it, and digitalization. That's why we are at Web Summit, because this is a call not only for the maritime industry, it's also for technology that we don't even see, in the maritime industry. We need to look forward. There are technologies that can be integrated, all right? And being a project here in Qatar, we would like to have the boat to be built here, and we would also like to engage with solution providers who will come to Qatar and join in this exciting challenge to build the first electric vessel here in Qatar. So what's an MVP? I think most of you know what's an MVP if you are in tech. All right, so it's a proof of concept, and mainly it's a lean startup ideology. And what we want to get from the MVP is to collect the maximum knowledge and also at the same time discover potential user for all these electric boats. So there's a few ways to build prototype. So we can't put a plastic container with a battery, throw it into the sea and say that's an MVP, yeah? So very straightforward. At the same time, we can take a bus and put styrofoam and stick it in the water and say, yeah, it works. No, we build a proper MVP, right? So it has to be something that's we can see that is applicable to the industry, in our industry here in the maritime hemisphere, and at the same time, something that we can scale up in the future, all right, to bigger and bigger vessels. So the design challenge, the scope of the challenge is actually sandboxed into 3 different categories. These are the 3 challenges, and as my colleague from QRDI, Dr. Francis and also Amir had said, it's exciting. It's $5 million challenge, yeah. And these 3 challenges, we're giving up to $1 million per challenge. All right, we might have 3, we might have 4, we might have 5, but don't spend all the money, yeah. Keep some for us as well, yeah. We need to build a good product. So the challenge scope, I will not go into too much detail because we will have a webinar on 6th of March. But very briefly, the design and construction, we have kind of narrowed down to a very interesting material called HDPE. Anybody know HDPE? Okay, Web Summit, the iconic water tank, the water storage tank, that's HDPE, all right? Can it be built in a boat? Yes. Has it been built? Yes. So HDPE is a new methodology of building ships, and we're looking at building HDPE ships. The reason is because it is actually a sustainable material. HDPE is actually HDPE2. It has a life cycle of up to 50 years, and you can actually recycle them after that, right? Of course, being a shipyard, Milaha, we have a shipyard, we have vessels ourselves as well. The traditional method is already out there, whether we are using carbon fiber, steel, aluminum. So this challenge, we want to look into HDPE, all right? So we're looking for, and we are calling out for guys who are in this area to join us as part of the challenge and also transfer the technology in construction of HDPE boats to Qatar. Now, The second part, I think, is very close to what Web Summit here and most of you are actually interested in. It's something we call an integrated central information system. The best way to look at this is that keep an open mind. Yeah? Look at EVs nowadays. Why can't it be on the boats, right? I just bought a new car here. I just moved here. I bought a new car here. Very exciting. Yeah, I just press the start button and everything flash up in the screen. So why can't we have that on the boats? So we're looking at technology partners to also join the challenge and develop this area. All right. So on a boat, we have the advantage of space. On a car, we are limited to a small little dashboard. You can imagine having 3 screens. You have one which actually tells you what speed you are, what's your battery health, what it predicts the voyage, how much life I have to complete the voyage. On another screen, you can have things like the 360 degrees camera. We can have LiDAR. We can have augmented reality. The possibilities are limitless. Yeah? And even on the last one, if you have Siri, we can have Miri. Right? A marine Siri. Why not? Why not? Yeah? So AI, machine learning, and chatbots are all new technologies that should be integrated to this because this is a proof of concept and we can scale it. So make sure that whatever challenge that you propose is scalable because we want to move it not just from small craft, we start small, but we want to move it to bigger vessels in the future. Last challenge, which is very interesting and probably the most expensive, is actually the energy storage. Now, there's 3 parts to this. First is batteries. Second, how are you going to charge the batteries? Right? We have to think about that. And thirdly, how are we going to harvest the energy? So in this area, we are calling for solution providers who are in this area and and join the challenge. Talk to us, right? I'll just talk briefly about offshore charging, for example, right? Why can't we have a floating petrol station or floating gas station? We can. We can have a floating charging station, right? The reason is because if for a small craft, she has a limited battery capacity, she might go offshore for 20 nautical miles, and probably Miri will tell her, okay, it's time to go home. Then defeats the purpose of it. So having an offshore harvesting and charging station is something that we're very excited about. Yep. And as you know, Karama is one of our partners as well. They are in the hemisphere. They are the electric and water company of Qatar. So we have all these partners that will also assist you because this involves infrastructure as well, right? To bring all this new technology into this challenge. All right, so I'll just finish this off. QRDI is our very, very esteemed partners that we have worked with them. They have the money, honestly. So they are the one that's sponsoring this challenge. Milaha ourselves, Milaha is one of the biggest maritime and logistic company here in Qatar. We are involved in this. And you can see here we have port operators, utility providers, port management, financial services, and defense. Even defense is part of our cluster partner. Okay, so what we want to do is to fill up the top of the box, solution provider, and that is you. All right, so join us in revolutionizing the Qatar maritime landscape. We have coined a vision, which is very simple and very straightforward. Optimize today's technology, and let's start innovating tomorrow's voyages. All right, so the webinar is, you can scan the webinar, and that will be on 6th of March, and I look forward to seeing all of you at the webinar. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. That was an overview of the Industry Innovation Challenge. I'm pleased if there are any questions. We can have a couple of minutes if there are any questions. Please feel free to put your hand up now. But otherwise, all the information is available online, and we look forward to further communication together. Yes, please. Thanks.
Hello. We've got the chance to work on rechargeable stations that are on the sea, but we've been part of the project that is not ours. So is there a way that we team? How possible is that? So we should gather in one entity or multiple entities in one submission. This might be the case that you will be facing.
Yeah, so the challenge is divided over 3 challenges. And so what would happen in this case, if you're interested in multiple of the challenges, you can apply to multiple of them. But each challenge has a specific domain, yeah. So yeah, you can apply to multiple. Thank you. Is that okay? All right, we can follow up, sure. We can.
Thank you. Hello. What if on the same challenge we would like to team up 2 startups or 3 startups? Is it possible?
Absolutely, yeah. It's possible for multiple startups to team up. We'd love to see that, actually. Yeah, absolutely. So no problem at all. I think, yeah, and I'm always available around, and our QRDI colleagues as well. So thank you very much today, and it comes to a close for today. Thank you. Is that okay? Yes, we will have a group photo now with our colleagues. Thank you. Dear all, please, there's light lunch as well available, so please, please join us, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your day so far. My name is Aisha Al-Madahka. I'm so happy to be here today representing QRDI Council. I just joined the team recently and will be responsible for programs related to research institutes and universities. And I'm so excited to be here to announce our first program, which is the Knowledge Transfer Program. Yeah, I think what I can do is we can, yes, maybe I'll